Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam, you other Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev as we do. And I've been making some good progress today, so I'm keen to just keep putting the pedal to the metal. Big thanks to everybody who's here in chat on both Twitch and on YouTube. Welcome both of you, both sets of people. And I want to say a big thank you to Papa Japao for the most recent, Pau Japao for the most recent follow, and Jamie Lee for the most recent subscription. All right. That was a quick one. Just speed running through the intro. Have I ever used an Astropad? I've never heard of an Astropad. What is that? Let me Google it. What the hell is an Astropad? Tech for reading, writing, and drawing. What? Wait, what is it? Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at. Is it just protective stuff? Or am I looking at something wrong? Is there something else called Astropad? To have a sprite on your iPad. I don't know. I don't have an iPad, so I don't know. Oh, it's not the right one. Astropad. Studio? It was the right one. I don't know. I'm assuming it's the software then. I guess it's just a projection software. What does it do? This is... It's really hard. Gestures, shortcut, pressure curves. It's very, what's the word? It's very vague what the product is. But if it's just screen sharing with a bit extra, I mean, that's cool. I've never used it. No, I've never used it. Obviously, based on my reaction. Cool. Hey, the Bitewar. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Hey, Whiskey Tango. Hey, RDC. When do I think Silk Song is coming out? When it's ready, I guess. When they tell us. All right, so I've done a bunch of stuff this morning. I'm about to do some level critique, actually. Let me get into I'm free when you are. I don't know if Ocelot's watching, but if he is, we will jump in and check out the work. So, let me move off to a different tab so that I get notified, and then make sure I'm clicking all the buttons and everything is good here. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Hey Ocelot, how's it going? I was just going to say I've got time now to look at to give feedback on the levels that you put together for us. So if you're open to it, I might jump into the general voice chat and just sort of fly around. I don't know if I can't remember what happened last night, or the previous night, where I added the slingshot Martin, and then I pushed, and then I pulled your changes, and I don't know if you got my changes and I got your changes, but I can see what I did. So I don't know if you can see what I did as well, but on your computer. But that aside, I'm going to jump into general voice right now, and yeah, we can talk through it. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, take some time. I'll if you want, I can just talk like just generally and just give my thoughts, and you don't have to respond. It's probably easier this way anyway. Yuck. So first thoughts are I'm still quite happy with the way that we've got the like the separation of the tile sets is kind of cool. We are doing, this is a very general comment, we are doing a lot of tinting of the level, which I think I'm okay with, but maybe at a certain time later, I'll have to think of a standard way that we do that, to do like time of day attached to quest flags and stuff like that. But in general, I noticed you tint sprites a little bit. It's not wrong or anything. I'm just sort of like flagging that in the future we'll probably need to have a more standardized way of doing it. So level design wise, I like this little putting this here. That's pretty good. This is good. I liked this. I like this. Oh, hey, Nima Talibi. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but on YouTube, we just got a $32 super chat. Thank you so much, Nima. I've been watching a lot of your videos. This is to show my appreciation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hope you're having a lovely day, and hope you continue to enjoy my content. So, I didn't mind this level. I thought this is fine. There is broadly a comment that I'll make maybe at the end. I'll get back to it, but right now I'll skip ahead. So in this level, we come in here. This I quite liked, particularly just the way that we get some platforming in with the regular controls before we do ensign stuff. That was pretty cool. I feel like there should be something here beyond a pot. Maybe a pot's fine, but maybe it's enough. I'll move on. Maybe just coins, just like coins to collect. I think there's something about guiding the player that we could do a slightly better job of. But I like, just in general, I think you do a good job, Ocelot, of placing the ensign enemies and then forcing the player to use those abilities to get around. And like even here, like there's a couple of options, and to get up here, you're going to need this one, but you don't know which one yet that you're going to need. I would almost even consider, I mean, whether or not we keep it just here and force the player to jump back down, or if we just leave it there. There's little things like this that I'm still in two minds about, but no immediate feedback. Hey, Ty Clark. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, Skypey. So then we've got the ship. This, I feel like maybe there should be like a little something here that has more design structure to it. Maybe just because I mean, this is just a big prototype sprite. Maybe this set piece can be a bit more interesting. You know, potentially some slingshot Martin here or something like that. And particularly this switch here. I think right now, the biggest criticism I have of this level is when Armin gets here, there's not really a lot of direction that tells him what he needs to be doing. So maybe there's a cutscene we need to put in. Maybe there's something about like why do we have to take the player to the far right side of the screen to do something to come all the way to the left? That's not again, not a criticism. It's just a to-do that we have to think about. But I would like to consider about whether or not we should have this be such a, like you go to the end and then you just come back the same way you came. You have to just sort of trek back. It might, if we can avoid having to do that, just retreading the same steps, that would be my preference, but not sure. And finally, this space here, I like this level. I think there was an issue that I had here where coming back from here to here kind of made me feel a little bit like I got the wind taken out of my sails a little bit because I came back without any of my ensigns. And I was thinking about whether or not we could solve that by either not making this two separate rooms, like just stacking this on top, or thinking about how the return journey, if we had like a hedgehog up here, then you could take out the hedgehog, drop straight down, take this out, and then continue. So even that might be a little more straight. It just prevents us from having to go all the way back down to grab this on the way out, so that we're not punishing the player for exploring. Beyond that, I would say I like this. This is great. Did I draw all of this? Most of it? Yeah. Yeah, the tile set's mine. Yeah. Yeah, I drew all of the tile sets in the game. So then, we come back to this scene. We probably still need a bit more. My general comments on all of this space is that I think we should consistently be pushing for less repetition, smaller, tighter spaces, always tighter, always tighter. That's my feedback. So anytime the player, particularly around like player attention, like right now, goals are really hard to set. And this is partly because of Insignia has a camera challenge where the size that we need to zoom in on screen to see the player and appreciate combat is different from the size that we might create if we were just trying to show the player where they needed to go all in one frame. So there are times when I think you're in the middle of running around one of these really big levels where you don't really know what you should be running towards. And I want to remain quite critical of that. That's right, Jason. Yeah. Hey, the Guitar Assassin. How's it going? Hey, DJ Bailey Music. Yeah, I think anytime the player's like, is this where I'm supposed to go? Where am I headed? We have work to do whenever that's the case. And yeah, so I want to continue figuring that. But other than that, I'm happy with where these are at. Like beyond those criticisms, it's getting there. Cool. So, I don't know if Ocelot was here for that, but I can say it was at 14 minutes that we finished the feedback, which means we probably started it at like 10. Hey Ninja Puss, how's it going? Cool. So, yeah, not too bad. So I've got to basically jump straight into this. Lunch took a little bit longer than I wanted. And then we call this feedback at 150. Cool. All right. So now I can just jump straight into more tasks. There was something, I don't know what it was, that I was going to do. I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just pick one of my red tasks, which I don't have any red tasks. Wow, that's pretty good. Go me. I should make some red. I was listening. Oh, that's all good. No, I just wanted to make sure that the feedback got to you. That's all. You didn't have to be responding. Yeah. All good. All good. Cool. So, finish Athenium level design. That is a big one. That's probably a today one. And I'll put it on my to-do. That might take me the rest of the day, but this is also really important. I don't know if I can be on there, but it's urgent. Fmod controller for cutscenes, that's urgent as well. There's one more that I haven't done that's really, really urgent. Yeah, it's sequence when unlocking third ability. Sequences around Crucible and unlocking abilities. That's really, really important. If I don't get that done before Monday, I'm in trouble. This task, how long do we expect this to take? Level design. I mean, it's an unbounded task. Maybe it's something that Luca can help us with, but maybe so the task should be more achievable. It should be block in Athenium level design. Blocking in could be like an hour and a bit. Let's try that. Okay, and then we'll pick one of these afterwards. I don't want to promise too much of myself because I'm just not sure. Chasm background, that's an easy one, but I want to do that at night when I'm just chilling out in front of the TV or something. Oh, do I have waterfall? Yeah, that's in there, but not urgent. That's right. I want to do a thing of like art tasks. I guess that's all of these. Not this one though. That one maybe. That's unvalidated. All of this stuff goes over here now. I just don't know if we're gonna do that task. What about this one? Internal second tone, that's unvalidated. Get that out of here. It's like the least important. Moving column, sound effects, velocity, revisit bookcase drop system. It's not, this is like potentially a big can of worms. I do want to revisit it. I'm gonna put it as a to-do to revisit it. That doesn't mean I'd have to do anything. It just means I have to think about whether or not I want to do it. Okay. This is Figma, but Figma is not this stuff. Figma is just a UI design application. Like you just make boxes and, you know, you can make text and do styling and stuff like that. You know, that's what Figma is. But I have turned it into my task manager. Do you know, I often get questions about like my productivity. People seem to like the way that I organize my time. When I do game jams, people look at my thing and they're like, oh, wow, what's that software that you're using? And it's like, it's Figma. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, you can't really do this kind of task work until you've got quite a solid idea about what you're making. Like it's in with your game, like you've got like a specific milestone with this many things left. Then you can start turning them into tasks and then tracking your time a little bit better. But portraits, that's really, I mean, it is polish. Revisit Bookcase, custom Fmod. Okay. What stage are you at? We're almost finished with a demo that we're going to use to get more funding. And then we're going to basically go full steam into the rest of the production. Chapters 2, 3, 4. So right now we're at chapter 1, which I finished a chapter 1 demo in like 2020, but that was before I had a team. Now I've got a team and we're putting together stuff that, like, you could play this game on the Switch now as it is, and it would be, you know, if someone saw you playing it for 3 minutes, they might think that it was a released game. But we're still got a fair bit to go. Oh yeah, it'll be on Steam eventually. Maybe on the same release date. It might be simultaneous. I just don't know yet, like, when we'll release it. I'm just saying, like, the kind of game that it is suited to Switch. But yeah, of course. All right. So there was actually something bug related that I wanted to check out. I was reading some stuff. Health upgrade. I'm just going to slid on the ground really fast over the bridge. Exiting watchtower from the bottom floor leads to foothill scene. Because it wasn't linked. Opening quests menu. This is from ages ago. Throws keynote found exception. Swinging sword meter, then grabbing wall. Constantly ran to the wall grab every time. As long as the attack button is held down. Yeah, I gotta fix that too. Okay. I'm gonna move on from it though, because it's not a major. None of that is necessary. So what is necessary is, let's just quickly go do this is done. And then we've got to do this now. Okay, that's where I'm up to. So, level design. I do not have much level design. I do know Chris Sikowski. I know that he would say that, but I don't really. He's not my god. He's not my dad. He's not my god. Will you still launch on OG Switch? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm not really interested in building wish lists and expectations that will stale in the time between me starting the game's development and me having a release date. I'm not putting a Steam page up until I have a pretty good idea about when the release date will be, which might be soon, but as in the date that I know, the projected date might be ascertained soon, but I don't think it's a good idea to just accumulate wish lists over, let's say I put out the Steam page 5 years ago. All of those wish lists would just be a big number at this point. And I wouldn't have any clue as to how many of those people still cared or were interested about the game. So because I've got a YouTube channel and content creation, that's my wish lists for now. I'm sort of like a bit of an exception to the typical rule. So I want to do a little bit more thinking around moving bookshelves. The standard way to approach this would be to take what I've already got and hey Dredaro, welcome. No worries. Yeah, I'm just like, I have my own ideas about what I think I want to do with the game's marketing. And I know that there is not... The problem, I'll spend a little bit of time talking about this, just a little bit. I think that it is a little bit of a trap to use statistics as an exclusive guide to strategy, because there is this regression to the mean that happens with strategies. Because what you're doing is you're saying this works for most people most of the time. Like the signal, if we take all of this data, it works this way typically. But you probably shouldn't be aiming to make a typical game ever. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're following a path that's very generic, you might end up somewhere very generic. For me, I'm trying to go somewhere kind of exceptional. So using generic insights to tell me what I should be doing on a path that's not very typical, I don't have... It's not... I have to be critical about the data that I use to inform what I do. You know? Like, most games on Steam fail. And I think there's kind of like two approaches to this stuff. There's like playing the algorithm, and then there's playing the other algorithm. So it's like the Steam algorithm is one thing. And if you want to run your game like a business, like if you want to run if you want to run your game like a product that is closer to a service, then I think using analytics to drive how you strategize around the marketing and distribution and maintenance of your game is a really good idea. I know many small game dev studios there were consultancy agencies as well as game dev studios that did just that. They were extremely iteration focused. They would go on early access. They would produce multiple very light demos. Their projects were only about 6 months each, but the goal was to use the insights to get where they need to go, and ride that algorithm with multiple attempts, like make multiple games. And I don't know a single other developer that's making a game the way that I'm making one in my local community. I only know me and what I'm doing in this capacity. Everybody else is making smaller games. They don't have a social media presence. So it's hard for me to know how much overlap there is between that, the general insights and what I should be doing. And that doesn't mean that I know what I'm doing either. It just means I have to take a strategy, and mostly that strategy is bounded by my personal agency in playing the role of PR and marketing person. Right now, I'm not able to do that job very well. It's very hard for me to reach out to people and like push my game. It's very hard to reach out to publishers, to make YouTube videos about my game. Really, really hard. I have to listen to that. I have to listen to that scenario and say, why is it that it's really hard for me right now to shout from the rooftops about my game? And the answer is because it's not ready yet. It's not ready. You shouldn't market something that's not ready to be marketed, because you don't know what it's going to be yet. Like, especially if you don't know what it's going to be yet. But if you don't have the answer to every question you're going to be asked, if you don't have a clear strategy that you're going to follow, you're kind of just setting yourself up to fail, because you don't have the gas to drive the car, to navigate, you know? At least that's where I'm at. So I just got to make sure that like the demo gets done and plays well, and then create the runway by, you know, generating steam and making lots of posts and doing what I want to do. And we've still got at least 2 years before we release on Steam, so don't worry about it. A lot of games don't have 2-year release dev cycles, so like we've got time, don't worry. All right, so this idea of, I don't think I want to approach level design for this until I've reviewed this. To me, this is really, really important. I want to try and turn the bookcases into moving platforms. To me, that just feels like where this is all going. So I'm going to do my best to figure that out. I think making them tile sets is the right way to do it. I just don't know what happens if I take a tile set and try to squash it or stretch it. Let's find out. Well, now that's a cool idea. I've never seen that in a game before. The whole level just squeezed like that. Huh. We'll keep that in our pocket for later. Next game jam, huh? Wow, I just never even considered doing that. This demo's ETA is in the next 9 days, but it may not be public in 9 days. It will be finished in 9 days. Hey, Big J Pop. Released a game that failed and started on another, and I want to say your dedication to doing it right and your way is admirable. Thanks, Big J Pop. Hey, Fallen Sky. Me and my buddy are talking about plot ideas for our game. Nice. Yeah, squeezing. I gotta write that down somewhere. I've literally never seen that before. Has anybody? I've seen levels turn upside down. Mario Wonder? Did they? It feels like a very Mario Wonder thing. Just on my phone. Yeah, no, like literally just doing this with a level. Like you've got your game and you just go, but like in towards the center. You just squeeze the level design. You make a jump more easy to do by shortening the gap. Never thought about it. Stretch Mancer. Oh, there you go. Well, we'll do it in our game too. So I was particularly going to talk about these bookshelves. I think what I want to do is, I wonder what the best way to approach this would be. I want to be able to make them kind of like, not 9 sliced, but I want to like tile it. So it's like, it can be like a bookshelf that's this wide or this wide or this wide or this wide. And then you can add layers to these things or take them away. Not sure how I would go about that. Because it seems like a tile. It seems like a tile question. But I don't know if I want to make them tile sets. And then if it's not a tile question, do we need to be careful of tearing in the level design? Why don't we just try something first? Not a 9 slice. It's like more than a 9 slice. It's like something beyond a 9 slice. Like a whole system. Because a 9 slice is just, you take the borders, you take the middle, you scale the middle. Maybe. Well, maybe. Let's try that, actually. Let's try it. So I have an idea. I have an idea of how I would do this. Okay. You got me. This seems like it could be even be arbitrary. So, the only thing that's bad about this is these at the bottom. But I'm gonna try stripping it out. Let's have a look. So like I wanna take, I have an idea here. You guys are gonna love this. Hey, RGB Logic. I mean, when I say demo, I said this yesterday. Usually what I mean is public demo. And what I mean by public is like Steam or like itch. But in reality, here in the IndieTales community, we have what's called the alpha testing program. So if you're a member of our Discord and you sign up, in fact, you don't even have to be a member of the Discord. You can just ask me. But if you're on Discord, you'll see it. There's a link and you can alpha test the game. You can just play test what I'm working on. Right now, it hasn't been updated in a little while, but yeah, like at the end of this month, maybe even before that, maybe even by let's put a deadline in the next couple of days, actually. So start of next week, we'll have players being able to play what I'm working on right now. How's that? If you're worried about me playtesting the game, we've had playtesting opportunities for the last... I've been working on the game for 8 years. I take it to regular meetup events, and I've got the Discord. People watch me work on the game. I appreciate the advice, but I'm probably one of the indies with the most opportunities to have my game be played, at least before it comes out, for sure. Just in terms of, yeah. At the drop of a hat, I could send you guys a link right now and you could be playing it, but I don't want to yet. Can you do a Gandalf accent? I don't mean to sound defensive today, pals. I know I do. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard because on one level, I'm so close. It's really, really strange, the situation that I'm in, because on one hand, on YouTube and beyond, I am extremely close to the chest on Insignia. Like, you'll see me talk about it in a video if you watch my channel here and there. I'll be like, oh, and I used this concept in Insignia, here it is, and then I'll put it away. I don't like make constant posts about it. I'm not making shorts all the time about the game, but I'm here on stream on Twitch since 2018, working on the game publicly every single day. So like, it's awkward how disparate that feels. It's like, I feel like I feel like I'm constantly in this playtesting space. But if you don't know about the stream, you don't watch the stream, you might think that I'm just sort of this guy who's just been working on my game for ages and doesn't say much about it. It's just that it's a really big deal for me, this game, and I'm not going to start celebrating it and cheering about it and trying to get you to play it and buy it until it's definitely a winner. No, this is my job. Yeah, content creation's kind of given me that opportunity, and grant funding as well. All right, can I do a Gandalf accent?
Yes, of course I can do a Gandalf accent. Gandalf the Grey, if you wish. Perhaps later you'll get Gandalf the White. So, what we're working on for now is this bookshelf. Now, we're looking for a way to get this shelf to scale in the way that it works. Hello, Jeffrey. Pleasure. And to do that, first we'll go ahead and, well, I suppose we'll save it. Save as it is. Yes. Very good. Very, very good indeed. Now, shall we clamp as close as we can, or perhaps we'll get it a bit more further out that way. think clamping is the right approach. And what are we left with? Unfortunately, we are left with an odd number of pixels in both width and height, which we don't want at all, do we? No, nope. So, what shall we do? I think we'll add 1 pixel in both directions. Dimensions, I should say. And there we'll make our stand. All right. So, draw this to the very top and slide it 1 pixel over. That'll heal this. And finally, we've got this wonderful point. Then we want to raise the entire thing by 1 pixel, which we can do in much the same fashion. All right, it's looking good to me. So, shall we say save? Maybe we'll delete this here. Save that. Sprites, objects, Helium objects there. Scalable bookshelf. New folder. Scalable bookshelf. Now, is it bookshelf or bookcase? Here we say bookcase. So, case and a shelf. How different are they? I think we'll use case here. Yes, very good. Very good indeed. Now, Peregrine took. Save us from the madness of Tooks. Next time, go and throw yourself in there.
Scalable bookshelf.
Yes, yes. Wonderful. Now we add the sprite. The front sprite. Sprite renderer. Yes. Make it single. And throw it in there. Now, the challenge that we have before us is to turn this into a 9-slice. And I was thinking to basically make it more like this and throw this here to there. Finally, draw this to the top. About that much. And see where this gets us. So, we should be able to now turn this into a sliced version. Don't know why we lost the transform, but perhaps now we have scales. Very good. The only thing that we must be wary of is the center. Now, if we want it to be scalable, perhaps we can just take this and drag it all the way across. Just keep it nice and simple. And then, as we do, draw this across there. Like that. Hello? What have we here? It doesn't seem to be working. Perhaps we can get a bit closer if we press all the buttons on our keyboard. And then there we go. So, all the way. And it works once again. All right. So, I think perhaps maybe we go one more end like this. Save that and perhaps make this more straightforward. We have to, with a 9 slice, keep it consistent. So we lose these details. At the turning of the tide.
you just throw in Gandalfisms from the movie. All right.
And here we have something more scalable. There, see? So, the next thing we can do is we can fill the center as we had in the past. Save that, and there we have a scaling bookshelf. Very good.
Why does the Discord link fail? Does it? Oh, that's a shame. It's really weird because it does and it doesn't. I don't know why. Sometimes I'll post the link to the Discord and people will say, oh yeah, it works for me. Other times I'll post the link to the Discord and people say, no, it's broken. And it's the same link, and it's been the same link since 2018. So what I'll do is I'll go and just check that it's not broken, because who knows what's going on. It's a weird one. Let me go and check. It might be because sometimes the server has custom invite links and sometimes it doesn't, depending on whether we've got Nitro. That might be the thing that makes it go one way or another. So I've got a perpetual invite. That invite is the same link that it's always been. I don't believe that it has changed at all. It's probably in the description of the channel. Not of the channel, of the video. If it's not, we've got problems. But it's literally the perpetual invite link that's never, it's always been that. Yeah. So like, that's the link for sure, 100%. If that link doesn't work for you, I don't know what the issue could be. If anybody else is interested in trying that link and letting me know if it works, then we can explore it a little bit further. That Box Lion says it worked just fine. And then Noctory says unable to accept invite. Yeah, I don't know why that happens for some people. Are you already in the Discord? Is that the problem? You can't accept the invite because you've already accepted the invite? Yeah. Sadly, if it works for some people, but not for others, all I can say is it works for them and it can't be on my end, right? It's not like a broken link if it works for some people. It's all just a big scam to get everyone to click the link. Everyone here is a plant. All right. So the next thing I want to do is based on the height. And yeah, I mean, I guess we can't really do much here. I think we have to sort of simplify this a little bit to make it a 9 slice that works. Unless we want to tile it. these proportions have to be dead straight. Like exactly the same all the way. Otherwise you get weirdness. Oh man, this stuff hurts my eyes. Looking at colors that are like really similar. No good. No Gucci. Okay. So we can now make the bookcases arbitrarily wide and tall. And what I want to do is, with the alpha test sometime next week, will there be a downloadable version for Windows? The alpha test is exclusively itch.io WebGL, and specifically because I don't want it passed around. I don't want people to be downloading it and sharing it to anybody else. The point of it is, like, you're helping me test a feature, and that feature is just for a limited time. It's not supposed to be up there forever. It's not really like public, you know. I don't want you to like stream it, that kind of thing. It's more just like to help give feedback. Usually there'll be a feedback form associated with the alpha test. So once you get through the last door in the game, it'll like throw up a Google Forms doc. And typically in the past, we haven't done tests on the whole demo. Usually it's like a few rooms at a time, or like one mechanic. So I'm still interested in making sure that I still want it to be bite-sized so that we get specific feedback rather than general feedback. Although maybe it's time to start getting general feedback too, on just the whole chapter. But yeah. We'll get to that. So my goal here is to put shelves in based on how big and how wide it is. So like as I shrink it and grow it, I spawn in additional rows of bookshelves. After a certain width, it'll split it and show you a divider. I'm thinking that's the way to do it. And maybe even randomize the contents of each of the books. But we'll get to that later. In the meantime, I think the way that I really want to do this is to create an empty rect transform, or even not an empty rect transform. Turn this into a rect transform. No, it doesn't like it. Okay, normal transform. And then underneath it, a rect transform. With the idea being that we want this to be parented to the top corner of the parent object. Now, the unfortunate thing is, I think you need it to be nested under another one to start doing these kinds of things. So if I start shrinking and growing this width is going to have to match the width and height of this, but that's okay. That's fine. So here the point is I want to anchor things like a collider to the top left and call it like, you know, and then have its pivot be 0 and 1 here, and then go 0, 0, and then make this, you know, like that. So then the idea is if I bring this down, that corner will just be on the corner all the time. It'll just be perfectly positioned. Okay. Then I can make this ledge L. No, this is, what is this? This is sprite. Ledge, ledge, left ledge, and then another one here, we'll call it right ledge. And this will be the opposite, it'll go over here. And then put that there, and then make this pivot 1, say 0, 0, and then make the offset -8. Perfect. Then we can tag it ledge, this is actually ledge R. This is ledge L. So can I grab onto these? Not yet. There might need to be triggers. Nope. Okay. Let's figure it out. How does it work here? Ledges, ledge, 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 ledge. This is a box collider, ledge R. It's on the no collision layer. Okay. And are they colliders or are they triggers? They are colliders. Okay, try again. Hey, we got something. But they only snap on the inside. So we need to swap them. Oh yeah, they're correct. Hang on. That's a bit off. I wonder why. Shouldn't be because of the roof. I can bring it down. It might be something to do with the box. It's just the offset of the box collider. It's no big deal. It might be a game object question. But I don't know. I've never really done rect transforms with colliders before. So I'm not really sure to what extent that could affect anything. Yeah, there's this thing here about the collider's transform position. That's the problem. So the transform position of this collider is not here. It's actually, like, normally the transform position of the collider, if we look at, like, say this ledge, the transform position is here in the middle. Whereas with these, the transform position is anchored to the top left and top right. So to fix that, I mean, we could say 0.08. 0.08. Make this 0.5. This 0.5. And then make this 0 and 0. We could do that. Same arrangement, just different result. So this will work for sure. Let's try now. Yeah, cool. Interesting that he grabs on there, though. It's like the same point every time, and it's off by literally the same distance. How bizarre is that? The box collider's offset is typically 0.08. Huh. And negative 0.08. Whoa. I didn't know that. That's why he's grabbing on here. He's grabbing here because it's expecting the collider of this to be here. So now I got to undo this, redo that to make that happen. I mean, let's try it. It's not great. But if it works, I'm kind of just here to get it done. I can fix it another day. Damn. So what do the left ledges look like? What are they set up as? 8 and negative 8. Okay. Sure. Which is that. Okay, well, that works. I hate it, but it works. You should never have to work around your own code. The problem with this was mostly just that these pivots expected the transform position to be top left of the tile. These are based on 16 by 16 tiles, and it expects the transform position to be top left. In fact, I can make this work if I make this 0 and 1, and then put this at 0, and then put this at 0, negative 0.16. That's what it expects it to be. That's how it really expects it. That's better. I think I prefer to look at it that way. Just to treat them as tiles. Yeah, that's way better. And then still, I should be able to scale this thing and have these scale correctly. So mind you, now the ledges should be inside, but at least they still move with the transform. As long as I can find where it is. Yeah, there it is. So the way we're going to do this is make a script and call scalable bookcase. And we're going to update the sprite's position to be the rect transform position so that it scales appropriately whenever we do anything. I think that's actually all it needs to do. When you say hard-coded positions, I don't consider having a reference to a transform as hard-coded. That's just logic. Hard-coded means like you literally like put a number in there that isn't dynamic to anything. At a certain point, everything is fixed relative to something. Everything is dependent on something. Hard-coded means, you know, back in this situation here, like this is hard-coded. That's a hard-coded number. This is technically hard-coded because it's basically anytime you have a value type instead of a reference type. So it is hard-coded, but the thing is, all you need to really think about is the scope of influence. No, like this is exactly the way that you want to do it because that's a standardized like setup. Like I'm not going to sometime later need for these values to be different. That's just like what, because this is based on tiled. So tiled has, when it does its collisions, not create empty. When it does its collisions, I've got an auto tile set up, yeah? And these ledges are set up according to the auto tiling rules. And the way that the importer brings these in is it puts a pivot here on a transform and then draws the collider out from looking at top left to bottom right. Me working with that system and just doing it the same way, I mean, it is hard coded, but it's very constrained. I mean, like, it's not going to accidentally be something completely wrong tomorrow. You know, it's not going to change in a major way. So it doesn't bother me. Where's my window? Collision editor. The dangers of hard coding have everything to do with things outside of your control, or things that might change in ways that you don't recognize that they could change. But these aren't going to change. You changed the orthographic setting of the camera and it moved the positions of everything. Oh, that seems weird. It sounds like you had a Z axis on all your objects, and changing the orthographic mode moved everything relative to the camera's projection frustum? I forget what that's called. Okie doke. Well, it's not even based on that. It's not even based on the tile size, because the tile collider is not the thing that actually drives the position, or like the hang on a second. It's not actually the tile position, it's the rules. And I made the rule set. So even then, I'm still in charge.
Do you feel in charge?
So actually it's this file and it's this object. And I was wondering why they looked off here. This needs to be here. That is now correct. Yeah, good. That's still off. Actually, I'm going to have to go to map 2 and just do that. There we go. That's what it needs to look like. Cool. Anyway, so now, yeah, we can just come over here and be like, I want this bigger. And then go, oh, and then it's bigger. I want it smaller. I should pivot it to the bottom. So when I scale the height, it just goes up and down relative to that. But then this height needs to... It's 122 and that's 122, but it's not correct. Is it because of... No. Because the sprite is not, this needs to be at the bottom. Bottom center. Bottom center, apply. Okay, now we've got something. So I just do this, and it gets bigger. I bring it all the way down. I think I might just do this instead. Ta-da. Does different resolutions change the world position of objects? They shouldn't. So now we're talking about, like, when you talk about hard coding, it sounds like what you're talking about actually is dependencies, which is a different conversation that is related, but something that you probably need to be careful of for other reasons. Well, for extended reasons. So they're sort of related. Let me explain this concept very quickly. When you hard code something, you know, you say this equals this, and you say it's 0.01f. Okay, you are hard coding it, which means the anything that relates to this value is dependent on this, right? Like as in, let's say we always make it that here's our player character, here's the sprite transform. Oh, we want the character's head. Say there's something where we want to put a hat on the character's head. Well, the head is, let's just say 7 pixels up, right? It's 0.07f higher than the transform. Okay, that's fine, but as soon as you've got a sprite where the character ducks down and the character's head is over here now, because he's like this. Okay, now this is wrong. So anything that depends on this basically says, well, this can never change because it's, in this case, it's a float. And a float is a value type, not a reference type. So you can't change this unless you manually go and change it at runtime. Whereas if you had a transform that was the head and you move the transform and you use transform.position, now moving the transform allows you to have this value change at real time because it's using pos, which is a vector that comes from the transform at runtime whenever you call it. So that's the difference between hard coding and using like a reference. Now, there's a broader question here around like design and the architecture around dependencies. It's, you've got some logic, okay, that you use to describe something that's going to happen. And you've got other logic that depends on this being here, right? You've got some, like a building, right? You've got a column that helps support, it's load bearing, it supports this big slab or whatever. You are depending on this for this to stay where it is. In code, if you have like your camera changing your world position of stuff, what that means is that your camera, whatever, or your game resolution, if your game resolution, you change from like 1080p and now you want to support a device that's 720p, you've got a dependency here on this, whatever it is that's causing that problem, where you're assuming that it's 1080p. You've got a dependency on this. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with the idea of dependencies. Your whole game is built around them. You need to be able to depend on things. However, what you should be doing is making the dependencies as efficient as possible. So you only depend on things that you have to, right? Like, for example, my game depends on there being an input device. You can't control the game with your brain. You have to have a controller or a keyboard. I depend on the idea that you have one of those two things to play the game, right? That's a requirement. It's just a requirement for playing. And the same thing could be said for hardware, right? I depend on you having a graphics card. The game has graphics pipeline stuff that it does in Unity that it can't, I assume that those are there. And if you can't render those things on screen, you might not see parts of the game. So that can be said at every level. Like the player character has a dependency on a rigid body. It needs the rigid body to operate. And if you take the rigid body away, yeah, it's going to break. That's fine as long as you're controlling it's called encapsulation. It's like you're controlling the scope of when and how that's possible. In code, it's encapsulation, but in general, it's scope. So if you're in charge of when things are going to change, and you know that it's going to be okay to do it this way, then it's fine. I don't think anybody should have a problem with like even hard coding is okay. If you understand like, hey, this is liable to change. And if I'm going to change it, it's going to have this effect, you know? And where will I have to check to make sure that it works that way? And it is like game dev is very much about kind of defining things. People say like, oh, naming is like half of programming, like deciding what to name things. That's actually not a joke. Like it really is that way, because if you know how to name things, then you know how to draw a line between where one thing starts and where another thing begins. That distinction is what creates the dependencies. So like in this case, if you have one giant monolith script, right? You've named all of that code under one class. As soon as you start, I mean, that's what a class definition is. It's a name. It is a definition. If you can create good definitions, then you can create good dependencies or well-balanced dependencies, because you can at least make the decision about whether this thing which you've named should be dependent on this thing which you've named. Okay? I know that's very abstract, and I'm not the best person to teach this lesson. My game's not a reflection of perfect game design or even engineering, but these are principles that I know. That's it. Lazy Guru knows it better than me. Okay, ground. So let's do this and go 0, 0, 0. 16, 0.16. So like my character depends on the colliders that he stands on being thicker than 1 pixel. Just generally speaking, his ground check expects there to be at least like 3 or 4 pixels. I don't know the exact answer. I don't know the exact number, but it's something like that. And I'm comfortable saying that because it's just like, that's what it is, you know? Like, I know generally what it is, and I engineer within those bounds. There might come a time where I have to set that as a specific thing, you know? You must have exactly 4 pixels, like jump height. You know, it might be that I did like 3 months ago. I sat down and I went, the jump height has to be this exactly, and everything else is going to be based around that. Before that, it was like, well, the jump height is a value that's fixed, but, you know, how high should his feet come off the ground? What's the exact number of tiles that it requires for you to be able to ledge grab something? Hey, Fernando, how's it going? If you take that and you put it, a variable name against it, now you've made a definition. All right. So again, this width of this should be on validate as well. Box collider. Another one. I depend on every collider in my animation system to be a box collider. I could have made it support circle colliders and polygon colliders, but I just didn't build it that way. So when I go to Retrobox editor, there's box collider. I guess I've encapsulated this pretty well, so it's not even referencing it, but retro animator, box collider 2D, no? Hitbox manager? There, box collider 2D. So it's specifically saying, hey, whenever there's a hitbox that appears, it's a rectangle. It's always going to be a rectangle. And it hopefully is enough that, and this isn't great, but, you know, hopefully we can set up things like the width and the height based on properties that we've pulled in from this, because, you know, if I put a hitbox on this, it's a rectangle, right? The fact that they're rectangular is a dependency. It's hard coded that it supports rectangles. So I guess what I'm really trying to say is, like, a lot of the time, these words, I really can't stand when certain phrases get passed around and the phrases really mean something much broader. That's a really important lesson, but people get stuck on the phrases because they hear something, they think, oh, that's important. I need to remember that so that I avoid some mistake. So, like, for me, we need to, as a community, have a better way of describing some of these things, like hard code, dependency, even things like The one I hate is scope creep. Development hell. You know, we hear these words that are like bad around like making stuff, but we don't really like the words become more of a meme. They stretch further out than the actual lesson that the word is supposed to explain. Like there is something important here to understand, but most people only know the word and they get scared of it and they go, oh, I shouldn't scope creep, you know? But like, anyway, I'd love to go on about this. It's something that I'm very passionate about. I love, one of my like pet hobbies is to look at the relationship between things that I see and look at the middle ground and think, can I shrink this? Can I cut this in half and find something that's just this size? And then this can all go away. And then we just have this left over, you know? To do like the Tetris line clear on language is like one of my, I get very, I don't know, what do you call it? Pet interests. Hey Caribbean, thank you so much for the 10. Oh, okay, Unity doesn't like that, whatever I just did. Thanks, Unity. Thanks, Obama. What? I think we just let that go. We just open it up again. Anush Shirivan says, Adam, I've been watching your videos recently. Practically watched your hair grow long from short. Have you ever done a tutorial on tiled plus collision? No, I haven't actually. But it's pretty, I think I cover it in my tiled videos. If not, you can just check I use super tiled to Unity to create my colliders in my game. So super tiled to Unity has documentation you can check for how to use it. I guess I gotta... Wait a second. Wait a second. Didn't I already set this to have a specific height? Based on, why does this size on the x-axis become 0 if this, doesn't this have a size based on the fact that it's a stretch box? How does that work? Maybe size delta is not the word. Maybe it's just size. We're back. Sorry about that. I don't know what the hell happened. Honestly, I literally just did something very innocuous. I guess on validate isn't the right place to do that thing that I just did. I guess I shouldn't do that in the code. I don't know why that was so bad. I don't know why that was so wrong. But I guess I did the wrong thing. Lucky this computer is so gosh dang fast. That was what, 20 seconds? Gosh darn. Yeah, it literally blue screened. It didn't break Unity. It blue screened my entire PC. Nuts. The power of rect transforms. Who knew? I hope I didn't lose my scene. I think I might have. Oh, how did that let me call size on that? How did it let me compile that? That's weird. Well, this is looking mostly the same. Maybe we don't do on validate. Well, on validate's what I want. Here's hoping it doesn't happen again. Still no good. If I change the size, wait, the x-axis. So strange. A from loop? Do you mean for loop? I don't think I know about from loops. I can't seem to open Discord. Sure, yeah. Do you want a for each or just a for? Why are these all not mine? Or because I have a space between there and there. Oh, you're just starting out. Okay. All right. Okay, so here's a good one. Basically, you know what? It's probably easier if I just show you like this. Okay, that's a for loop. Yeah? The typical way of drawing one, of writing one. What this is saying is, hey, I've got an integer called I, and I'm going to start it at 0. There are 3 statements that make up a for loop. You declare your iterator, you declare the condition for continuing being in the for loop, and then you declare what happens every time you complete the for loop. Okay? This is kind of like doing this. Right? It's 3 statements that are independent of each other, but because this isn't really doing anything except evaluating something, and this increments I. So inside of a for loop, it looks like this. Typically what you want to do is, say you've got like an array, like an array of pixels, right? You've got a pixel array called pixels equals new pixel array. Let's make these capital P just for convention's sake. You've got some class called pixel, and you've got 100 pixels. Now you can, instead of saying 100 here, you could say pixels.length. Okay, and you can say, okay, I've got this integer called I, and it starts at 0, and I'm going to keep going, I'm going to keep incrementing it until I am no longer smaller than the length. Okay? Then I can say pixels at I. So I've got some pixel and I'm looking at some address, and I say, well, it is a new, color or whatever, a new pixel with some color, get random color. What that's going to do is make me a new pixel at this address inside of my array. So the for loop's job was to basically give me a little scenario where I could search, like I could iterate through, I could go through all of the different addresses inside of my array and do this thing for each of them, for all of the values of I. It basically says, keep doing this thing until we run out of things to do, in this case. So another way you could do this is, like, let's say you want to do, like, mathematics is basically just for loops, like multiplication. So, like, you could do, like, mult by 5. This is your mult by 5. You're going to start with some number, int I equals 0. 5 is how many times you want to multiply by. You could say int multiply by equals 10. And you could say value equals 1. Well, to multiply it by 5, you basically want to say, sorry, my brain's doing my thing. Oh, so it would be like sum hint sum equals like, or I guess like left side or right side. How do you think about this? You have a value and a scalar. So value is like 1. Scalar might be 5. And you want to do it 5 times. So you say value equals value plus, oh man, my brain's, I'm trying to do this in a really simple way, but I've never done this way before. Let me think about it a bit more simply. Okay. If you want to see what 5 times 10 is, you can just add 5 10 times to some number. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So you could say, I've got 5 and I want to get 10 5s and add it to my value. So for I is 0 and while I is less than 10, so basically it says, do this 10 times. That's what a for loop does. Do this many times. If you start at 0 and do it, you can also do way more with it than that. You can iterate backwards through an array and edit an array while you're doing it. You can do all sorts of stuff. You can make this multiply if you want. You don't have to do plus plus, but the easiest, most straightforward thing to do is just have some integer starting at 0 and increment it until it's less than some value, until it's no longer less than some value. Most of the time you're accessing collections. That's like the most common thing to do with it. So here I've got, it's not a great example. So here I'm like doing a bunch of ray casts to see, or like overlap checks to see if my, if some colliders overlap with my ground checkbox, and I might get like 4 or 5 from that. Let's say I've got a bunch of colliders that overlap and my character's standing on top of them. This gives me a list of those, like an array of those colliders, and I want to like cycle through them. Well, you could use a for loop to do that. You say, well, I got 5 colliders, like here, for example. How many colliders we got? Well, while I is less than, it's not while, for I is 0, while I is less than that length, grab the collider at the current index, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then check to see if, its root, in this case, the top transform, is the same as my top transform. It doesn't really, that's a little specific, but that's the idea. I hate using my own code as an example because I'm not very exemplary. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay. So why was this so controversial, what I was doing before? I thought I crashed it again. Something's going wrong here. No worries. Yeah, there are other kinds of loops. Do whiles. Why is this weird? Okay, looks like that's fine. It's just there. Let's ask GPT or just Google. Let's ask GPT. I have a, excuse me. Something's up. It might be a DNS issue. I have a rect transform in Unity. There we go. That has a scaled size. Does size delta correctly report the calculated size of the rect transform? It does not. Didn't think so. Times local scale? I think scale was the wrong word. I shouldn't have called it that. That just broke my analogy. I really meant stretched, not scaled. Can I re-edit that? Sorry, I meant it's stretched, not scaled. Correct. It doesn't do that either. You didn't think so. Corners? Ay, ay, ay. All right. Well, okay. If that's what I have to do. I never seen that before. Cool. It did work. So I guess that's fine. The offset is going to be half the width, I guess, and half the height. If I just want it to be centered. No, just half the width. Hey, Dido Cartago says, honest question because I get paranoid about this more than once. When we consult GPT for something that would be considered and using an AI for the would that be considered using an AI for the dev process for matters of disclosure during publishing a game? Or I think that code completion is what I would consider using AI for the dev process. I do not think that merely asking ChatGPT for advice on something is considered using AI. Personally, it doesn't, to me, that doesn't really feel like it rings. You might as well be Googling, you know? Hey, Els Dragoon, welcome. How's it going? Thanks for the raid. Yeah, like, I could have Googled that same question and gotten the same answer in the same amount of time, you know? Like, how to get, you know, rec transform actual size Unity. Yeah, like I could have gone through here and had a look and checked it and blah, blah, blah. Like this is the same thing as what I just did, basically. It's a bit more verbose, but, you know, I wouldn't consider that using AI. I mean, you're consulting AI, but like, you might as well Google. If instead you're like saying, write me a class to do blah, and then it just creates a bunch of code and you don't have any authority over it, that I would say is using AI. Particularly if like, I think code, honestly, and I know this is going to sound, what's the word? It's going to sound like an arbitrary line, but I think I can defend it. I don't think that getting AI to help you with code is as much of an issue as getting AI to generate you art assets. To me, two classes that serve the same function but are written differently are the exact same thing in the output. If they run the same, if the result is the same, then for the purposes of evaluating your game as a piece of art, the art was not affected because the player's experience is essentially the same. I don't think it's a great practice to not write your code, but so much of the code that your game runs on, if you're using an engine, is someone else's code anyway, that the idea that, oh, this for loop was written by an AI and this one was written by me, they both iterate through the list and, you know, I get the result when AI gives it to me. That I think is, I mean, it's not great for your long-term programming journey. It's not great for you, but I don't think there's an ethical problem with it personally, because it's essentially a calculator doing math for most of this stuff. The problem that I have with code, if I was to pick at one, would be that you don't have as much control creatively over the output. So if it doesn't give you what you want, you're more likely to just accept what it gave you than persist in actually getting what you want. Sometimes you might not be able to tell the difference between what you would have created and what it created for you. And sometimes that creative discovery, actually building it yourself, makes you discover cool things that you could have built that would have been more inventive, more creative than if you just asked the computer to give you something and then it just gave you something. So that's one issue. I still don't think it's an ethical issue. I just think it's like it's not great for your creativity. Where I do think art assets are an ethical issue is that you are literally asking the computer, whether it's art assets, writing, etc., you're literally asking the computer to do the game development for you, the game design for you, right? The thing that the players are going to experience isn't coming from you when you prompt an AI to give you art assets. It's coming from somewhere else on the internet. And that to me feels like a misapprehension of like the creative process. It's like, why are you throwing away an opportunity to be creative? That's your whole thing as a human. That's your whole purpose of making games, right? Like, why are you giving away that opportunity to a computer? And I think that ethically there are issues there because that's all come from someone else. It's all someone else's creative ideas that you're pulling from to get the drawing or whatever, the words. So yeah, I think there's an issue as well. But that's where I would say the biggest issue is. But my standards are my standards. If you're trying to sign some disclosure that you didn't use AI, you might have to check the terms for what they actually mean. Don't take my word for it. I see you use reference art all the time. Do you have ethical issues with that? Now, referencing art and asking a computer to generate you art, I think you can tell the difference there. If I go into Google and I type in this and I just copy this and then go into my game, you know, here I am, I'm in Asprite, and then just paste that and go, yep, that looks like me, guys. That's here we go. Is that referencing or is that taking? If you're using AI to inform your creative process, if you're using references to inform your creative process by having them on a collage while you invent something, that's still you creating original stuff. Like if I say, I like the way that this shield has depth to it, I'm gonna consider this when I draw my shield. You know, that was weird. What the heck? What is wrong with my keyboard? Whenever I'm using Astropad, I get these issues. Yeah, stop it. It's taking screenshots. It helps if I don't. Suddenly I've got like 500 screenshots of Astropad. What is happening? It's Steam is doing it. Are those Steam screenshots? Get out of here, Steam. So, if I say, hey, I like the shield. I like how that shield looks. I'm interested in learning how to render shields the way that this guy did. And I sit here and I draw the back shape, you know, and I go and I draw the front shape. And I go, oh yeah, I can see there's like depth there. Oh, that's interesting. I can kind of like take away that. And now I've got something like what he did. That's not me stealing art, right? That's like me trying to understand and learn techniques so that I can create my own art that's original later. Because later on, I'm not going to be referencing this sprite, am I? I'm going to be building my own sprites. I mean, I'm even building my own sprites right now. You know, I can take this and I can go, okay, maybe I'll make it a little bit more this way this time, and I'll only do a little bit of overlap here, and now it'll be more like this. There's like a check and balance there that I'm doing original work as a human being because I can't replicate. I'm not just copying the pixels, you know? So, no, you've never seen me referenced like that. You've never seen me literally just digest something and spit it back out again. Which is what AI is doing. Because all the way through that process, I'm making choices that deviate from the reference material for the purpose of what I'm making. And each of those choices is intentional. Even if they're not intentional, even if they're accidental, those accidents are valuable. An LLM learns what makes a shield. Yes, but the problem to me is that when I'm drawing something, yeah, based on that shield that I saw, and I don't think time will tell. I think this is actually just, I think this is like morally very straightforward. When I'm sitting here and I'm now drawing a shield for some other purpose or whatever, what is the input and what is the output? The input is me drawing the pixels, and the output is the pixels that I drew. Okay? If I was to use an LLM to get a shield, what is the input? The input is me writing the text, draw me a shield in pixel art style. A shield in pixel art style is not specific enough for it to be my shield, right? Requesting one is not the same as creating one. And so from the purpose of intellectual property, I didn't do enough to generate IP by doing that. So from the purposes of like describing what constitutes intellectual property, all of IP would break if art became LLM prompted. Does an art director at a game company have an ethical dilemma asking an employee to make a shield? No, because a director at a game company has a contract with the employee where the employee has signed their intellectual property rights to the project. That's the point, right? Like the intellectual property is being licensed by the director, in my case specifically, through the contract. Money is being paid for the IP. So it is ethical because because consent has been given by the people creating the assets. They're being compensated for it willingly. If an LLM was trained only by consent-given art generated solely for that purpose, and they were compensated, do you mean the artists were compensated? I would say the intellectual property concerns would be resolved in that instance, but it would still be a creatively bankrupt process because it would be homogenized. It would only be the way that music stems are homogenized, the way that like we're listening to the same stuff, the same samples. I would still say that's like a much broader background ethical issue. Like societally, it's not good to just be regurgitating the same content from the same library, the same pool. And in fact, it actually weakens LLMs for art generated by LLMs to be used as training data. But the more you saturate the environment with LLM generated media, the more the LLMs learn from themselves, and you just get the same stuff over and over again. So in the long run, it's not a particularly wise thing to do. I don't think it should be illegal. It's not morally wrong, but I still think there are ethical issues with doing that, for sure. I mean, to me, that stuff's really straightforward. Is that not how everybody else sees it? It's the same reason I don't like Pal World. Like derivative work in copyright, we have this issue around derivations. Like derivative work is considered less original, and when you dilute originality, we value originality, we value diversity. And so to the extent that something is so derivative that it doesn't owe any creativity it can't claim the creativity and it owes it completely to something else. In law, we say that something else deserves the revenue from the derivative work. Like, that's how much we value diversity and originality as a people. So, assuming you take the spirit of that argument, why would we? I mean, if we just think about it as like a, what's the word? What kind of world do you want to live in? From that perspective, the question is it better that we have thousands and thousands and thousands of games that are derived from similar media and similar stuff? So we have lots of games, but they're all a little bit less creative, a little bit less original, or that we have fewer games, but they're more creative and more original. If you just take that and you just hyperbolize it out to its extremes, just ask which world you'd prefer to live in, I would prefer to live in the latter. I prefer to live in a world where the media that was created was all created with intent and care and had a human touch to it. Not just that it seemed human, it's not just about quality, it's that it went through a process of social proof by being created by humans. I don't want to live in a world where I can generate a film by asking for it and then watch that film all by my lonesome, tailored to me. I don't want to watch the fourth Lord of the Rings movie, except all of the actors are Pamela Anderson circa 2000. That's not what I want, you know? What a boring place. Yeah, it's the Matrix. Yeah, that's it. Like, I don't want to live in the Matrix, actually. That's kind of it, really. The crazy thing is, that seemed to be working just fine. I guess I could make it, if I make the ground moving platform. Yeah. It's crazy how well that works, hey? Can I still snap on the edge? No. But I think I probably should make it so that I can. Yeah, see, I disagree with that, Wiggly. I mean, it's possible, but actually, I don't think it's probable. Like, if you are like J.R.R. Tolkien, when empowered by AI, would he make a story better than Lord of the Rings? That's the question. Like, take the best media and ask, would AI have made this better? Even if it was a person who's an artist, the best artist assisted by AI, what's going to be better about what they make? The engineering, the scale, the time it took to create? Like, what's better about it? Like me, if you make me make Insignia faster, is Insignia better as a result? But are we talking like, this is the difference though. I think the quality of a tool is really important here. We're coming down to the difference between tools as force multipliers versus tools as automation. The problem here is that we don't have a great distinction in normal society between this and this. We think automation, less human, good. There is a real difference between using AI for one versus the other. Force multiplier is sometimes, you know, I've tried using, I used GPT for like 6 months, right? On stream even. Like while coding, Copilot, I was paying for it. I would start typing 4 and then it would go blah, 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 and fill in the loop, right? And all I had to do was say, yep, that's right. Even if this is happening, and the code that's coming out is amazing. It's good, it's perfect. It's exactly what I would have written. That's not free. I'm actually becoming a worse programmer day by day because I noticed this happening to me. As soon as somebody mentioned it on stream that a different streamer stopped using it, when they gave the reason, I was like, oh shit, that's happening to me too. Because what would happen is I would say, oh yeah, I guess I need to iterate through this thing. And I wouldn't solve it mentally. I would just say, I guess I need to iterate. And then I'd start writing 4 and then I would pause. I would stop thinking. I would literally just say 4, and then I would wait for it to write something. And then I would glance over it and go, yeah, I guess that's probably right. And then I'd continue. That's not good for me. You kind of just stop paying attention when things move faster than you can move them. That's not really force multiplication. It's just delegation. There are lots of tasks that I think deserve being automated because they're boring. Not just boring, they're creatively non-existent, like creating documentation, explaining stuff. AI is great for it. It's so good because it can provide very well manicured explanations on things that I don't know yet, right? I'm learning, I'm enriching myself by asking it how something works. That's great. That's great. Human knowledge is being, increased. My mental, my skill set is growing because of the AI, because I'm asking it to explain something to me. That's great. But if you're telling it to do something for you and you're not a part of that process in validating it properly, then you're actually just giving it a task that you could have enjoyed doing, which specifically when it comes to art, like making things, the less you do, the less you're doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, why are you making video games if you don't want to be responsible for what comes out? If you don't want to be the one making it, why are you making games? I don't get it. I don't know. I know that that's not a great argument either. I've said that before and people have said, oh, but I don't want to do everything. I don't want to have to do that. It's like, well, like, can you imagine if every solo dev had to do all of the work themselves? Nobody wants to do the art and the music and the code, Are you crazy? It's like, okay, but like, don't you want your art to be made by people? Don't you want to collaborate with people on the art? Why are you making it? Is it just to make a profit? Like, is that all this is all about? I don't know. Maybe the ends, maybe you've got a different ends that you're trying to reach, and so the means mean different to you. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you can put, ultimately this is what it is. You can put value in whatever you want, right? You can say, I value specifically the UX of a game, and I only care about being part of the creative process for the UX. And I actually don't care about the graphics. I don't care about the physics, or I don't care about building anything. I don't care about any of that. I just want to be responsible for the UX. That's fine, I guess. That's fine. If you're just trying to, like, if the purpose is just for your own education and you're just flexing your UX muscles or whatever as an exercise, sure, nothing wrong with that. But where it becomes an economic issue, if you're trying to submit that, the totality of what you were involved in, so you made a game, but AI did 80% of it. You're trying to profit off of 100% of something that you were 20% involved in. And in my opinion, value is a bit of a zero sum. It's a bit of a closed network. Thermodynamically, you know, like you didn't create art for free. You sort of created something, and that something might have more content, but it will be more diluted. And I can't explain to you on a per art basis where that's happening. But on aggregate, I can say it's happening. Like, don't you think it would be so easy to write a like a fantasy book today? You know, like the fantasy pulpy, not pulpy, like the you know, the romantasy, I think they're called romantasy books, a Crown of Thorns and Roses or whatever. You could get AI to just write one of those for you, and you could publish it, and you could make 100 of them in a month. Real easy. I'm sure it could be done. I'm sure I could prompt a book and I could do the engineering. It'd be so easy to say, write me a plot summary for a book about blah. Right? And then I could be a really good director about it. I could say, I want these character bios to be a little bit more diverse. I want to do this and this, blah, blah, blah. Give me a summary for plot 1. Use this summary to generate the first 10 pages. And then I edit, like I could do I could go through it in a very intelligent way, not just say, write me a book. You know, I could make it build its own lore and then make it write the book based on the lore, right? You could do that. You could do that. And maybe the best prompt engineer could make the best books, but you'd still have so many dumb books. It would be a worse world. It would make it harder for people to find good content. I think having the barrier for entry be lower is not a good thing. Maybe it's time to say it. I'm happy to be an elitist on art. Like, you should have to work hard. You should. That's the standard that you have to hit for other people, for your work to be worth other people's time. Yeah, if it takes time for you to do something, to learn how to do it, and to learn how to do it right, and that time is the barrier that stops every other my first Unity game from being on the asset store or whatever, good. Let the barrier for entry be higher. You should have to work really hard, because it's not easy. Like, you wouldn't want for the nation's physicists or whatever, science experts, engineers, to be getting their degrees in 3 days. So it's not about the fact that you were able to publish a game onto the store. It's about what was in the game. And unfortunately, making a fun game requires a little bit more thought and intent and experience and practice than just wanting to make a game. So it's going to take time. It's going to be time consuming. You should be prepared for that. Like, I think it's okay. It's okay if it's hard. This is a luxury. This is a hobby. You're not owed success as a game developer just because you've played games and you want to, you want to make them. I welcome you. I will spend my life making game development easier to understand, easier to learn. I will spend my life teaching people the lessons that I've learned so that they can spend less time upskilling. But not to lower the skill barrier. I want to upskill people. I don't want to bring the barrier down. I want people to get better faster. That's what I want. And I'll spend my life on that. Like, I'll literally spend my career trying to make game development more accessible. But the accessibility is, again, it's not about lowering the quality bar. It's about raising people's capability, their intellect, their actual design sense. Anyway. I'm gonna go focus mode. See you in a bit. So, I'm thinking of the aspect. If I'm on the ledge, I'm assuming this is a behavior state. And this has got a do function. Then I want to continue snapping to the ledge unless we are... This has got multiple states now. And I'm using this big Boolean to describe the difference in the two states. It's probably not worth it right now. So maybe long term, I'll do a to-do here and I'll just say, cool. So, regenerate shape. We probably don't want to be just using sign to do this. We probably don't want to be doing that every frame anyway. So I guess another way to look at this would be to say, what if I just want to make a bunch of bookshelves and I just want to make them like this and put them on the midground 2 layer. And this one, I'm just gonna shrink down to here. You know, I can just do this and this. Pretty good. Now the idea is I still want them to move. I'm probably gonna have to still add this logic to ledge control. Maybe I can put it on my to-do list and see if I can smash it out. It's now 4:07. I guess I did this for a bit. All right, I'm going to take a break. Back in a bit. Yo. The mic was just on that whole time. You were just listening to random background TikToks and stuff while I was in the next room. Hope it was quiet enough that it wasn't a disruption. All right, I've put this on my task. You couldn't hear anything but this music. That's good. All right. Boop. Oh, pardon me. Where's my break? All right, here we go. So we're going to update this ledge control to allow us to grab onto things that are moving. I might regret this, but we'll see. I'm actually going to turn the air on as well. Hang on, be right back. think I'm ready. Now, do game objects only get exactly one tag? Or is it a mask? That's annoying. All right. Do I get a collider for ledge? I think this is bad practice today. I think we'd go here. All right. So, look, one easy thing I can do is just parent Armin to the object. So if the character state is not a slave state, then we can do all this stuff. But this is a slave state. So it literally doesn't allow us to do that. Which means we can actually just say this. Maybe that's all we need to do. Oh, it was that easy. Oh, almost. So close. Almost. That worked. for now, let's take that away. And I think the problem that I have is this ledge get up. Oh man. It's not great. The prospects of this working are not great. Because I'm using this to determine the get up logic, which is a fixed curve which sets the velocity over time. If the ledge is moving away from us, then this would need to be amplified to catch up to it, or muted to get up on top of a ledge that was moving downwards. Now, I could remove this. I think it's okay to remove it and replace it with something more parametric in the inspector, and then we could multiply to it, because here is very closed system. It's very black box. It just it's like assuming that Armin's just going to get from A to B over this much time. Whereas if we have the ledge as a parameter, we can always set the ledge's position relative to where we are, and we can just lerp Armin's position along a curve relative to that ledge. Otherwise, this could be a local position offset thing. Yeah. I don't know. I do want to be able to do this. I think this is really valuable. So I'm going to try again. Let's think about it. I mean, another behavior state would be right. I guess we do this as a state machine. That's probably the most straightforward thing to do. It requires a bit of a refactor. What did I give myself? Let's give myself a deadline. 5 o'clock to refactor it. All right. Parallax effect for an upward moving background. Yeah, I mean, just move things down as you go up. Same thing. Yeah, y-axis, parallax. Yeah, all right. Would it work if the velocity curve in the animation is always normalized? And Armin and platforms just have velocities that can be multiplied to the velocity curve. In a simpler game, yeah, but we're a bit too deep to just use that logic. So instead, what I'm going to do is just map Armin's position relative to an anchor. And I'm going to make 3 different states that have the anchor. One where we're grabbing onto it, one where we're lifting up onto it, and one there's like a separate kind of, a different kind of lifting up. So there's 2 get ups and a grab. I'm just going to start breaking down the class to simplify it. I might even make these their own behaviors. There's no real need for them to be their own mono behaviors. They can just be different classes. It's just that I'm going to have to pass this stuff into it. But that's no big deal. So let's do it. Okay. Thank you. All right, let's keep going. So what do we need? We're going to have to start moving some code into these. We're going to need, for both of them, we need a ledge. Public transform ledge. So these become the entry animations. Public fields in Unity by default are inspectable in the inspector. So a lot of the time, I'll just make them public for the purpose of literally being able to pass variables into the inspector. It's here. You can make them private and then serialize field, but it's not really committing to, what's the word? Like using getters and setters as opposed to just modifying properties by hand. You can just, as a developer, you can just do that. You know what I mean? You don't have to make things private, especially if you're the only developer on the project. But yeah, I'm not saying I commit to best practices all the time. It's probably a bad habit to make everything public. Not everything is public, some things aren't, but I don't put a lot of thought into it. Because more often than not, you're just kind of forcing yourself to create. I don't want to go into it. But suffice it to say, it's mostly a Unity reason. I've been talking a lot today. Now, input. Input's only available if it's a character state. Yeah. Sorry to be that guy. Sometimes it's like, I'm happy to just sit down and talk about something and give a reason. Other times, it's just not. It's not something that I can be helpful with. The answer is just because that's how I do it, basically, without going into it. How did I just get here? How did I just get here? This is really hard. My brain. Not necessarily ready for this right now. I guess I should just straight up cut, just like remove, not cut that, remove it. Then go to ledge grab and say do, and then just literally just paste it all in. So now, I don't think we need this. The idea is, if we are pressing down towards ledge, then just complete. So I'm just going to cut this straight out and put it here. This can just go now. The hard part is there's a paradigm here that I don't support with my state system. I don't have exit conditions. As in, when a state is finished, I assume that there's only one valid way to exit a date. The alternative way to think about this would be to have the parent state be the one that gets to exit us out of it. So we go all the way back here again. Come back to do. And we say, okay, how do we want to think about this? First, we want to say if state, if machine.doing, grab, which in this case is our ledge grab. That's the same as saying if we haven't pressed down towards ledge yet. That's literally what this is. Now we don't need this, and we can just say machine.set get up. Man, I hate this logic. It's terrible. But it's not what I'm here to change right now. So we're going to say state.do off the top. Can I just say doing? Oh, nice. Cool. And I can say just set. Nice. So let's think about this. Pressed button down towards ledge, ledge get up, handle, ledge cling. If we haven't jumped and we are on a wall, so this is basically saying if doing grab, else if doing well, not even else, it's just if we're doing grab. And ultimately, I mean, handle ledge cling is going to be that's going to be that's hard. But the rest of this is still checking all of this extra stuff. It's really poorly written. Maybe I should just go from scratch. Gosh. This is like really old code. Really, really old code that I shoehorned into the state system. Ugh, it's making me sick. Nah. Nah, this needs to be fixed now. I got time. I'll do it too. I will. It might take a bit longer, but I'll get there. So I've got to take the big pieces and I've got to break them up. That's what I got to do. So let's go back to this. If we have grabbed, that's the same as asking if we're inside of grab, and we're not acting. That's the same as just being inside of grab too. So now this is the same as doing this and just doing that. And now look at that. It's the same code. Ah! I hate myself. This is VS code. Else, if we have not just jumped and we are on a wall again, this is the same question. This should just be the complete check. So back up on this, we can say if we have just jumped or we are not on a wall, complete. Maybe. I don't even know if I really need this condition. That's a bit of a weird failsafe. What should you worry? Why do you have the same exact... Why do you have the same exact picture? Ignium from Finn McGoldick. Why are you the same? Your profile picture is the same. That's weird. Anyway, just gonna wait till you answer that. You're just asking me questions as different people. You don't have to do that. Okay. In fact, I don't even have to do that. I don't even think I have to do state.do. Hey, Nanmu. Thanks for the sub. Oh, okay. It's weird. I wonder. There is a thing here where I do a recursive state do. I need to find it so I don't forget it. No. Does this have a recursive do? Yeah, it's the base version of it. But I thought I had a recursive one. I thought I had one. Damn it. All right, I guess I'm gonna have to just remember to keep doing it. Oh my god, it's there again. Oh my god, I'm so bad. I was so bad. I'm good now. Oh my gosh. In fact, this could be input dot jump dot is buffered as well, and that saves us a lot. Now, could this be buffered? Probably not. That's fine. Okay, this isn't too bad. It's not too bad. If you're pressing down towards ledge, and I think that's because we're doing, oh man, I don't even think we need this anymore. Oh, this is completely unnecessary. Oh, hang on. I see. Yeah, the thing is you can't throw all of the baby out with the bathwater. This is going to check. Oh, no, this also makes no sense. Okay. Maybe a better way to do this would be previous pressing towards ledge. Okay. Seems all fine. Let's just leave that as it is for now. And then what's this? If we haven't grabbed finished get up and not on ledge. No, there's a much easier way to do this. If ledge, if get up or stumble, state equal if doing get up or doing. In fact, we've actually already done this elsewhere. It's just if state is complete. Okay. So now here, public override void enter. This is where we do this. I think if I don't define this, I can do a constructor a different way. Ugh, OmniSharp, sometimes I hate you. All right, ledge grab equals new. And can I just start passing in parameters there? Is that a thing? Or is that only with like is that a thing I can do? I think it is. How did I find GDScript? I really liked GDScript. I'll be honest. I found it very similar to C#. As much as it's Python, at least the way that I was writing it, it was like, oh, this is just Java without the semicolons, you know? Without the, yeah. It was just tabs instead of brackets and new lines instead of semicolons, right? It was very intuitive. I was very surprised. I thought I'd be having to rethink entire ways of doing stuff, but it literally took me 3 days and I made a game. No trouble with the code at all, other than like certain code libraries or like workflows I just didn't understand, like how Godot was expecting me to do things. Not GDScript. GDScript it seemed trivial. I don't know if that's just me or if everyone feels that way, but it was very intuitive. Dog Scholar says, are you refusing to cut your hair until Insignia is released? Do you know, I felt that way in 2017, but if I had committed to it, it would be 7 years of growth at this point. Okay, so I mean, I guess this doesn't have to be public. Now that someone's mentioned it, they're like, why do you make everything public? I suppose it doesn't have to be. I guess it doesn't. Oh, but I can't. Oh, I literally, it has to be. It has to be public if I want to do this to it. Okay, well, now it's public. I'm using Unity. Yeah. It's just the way that it is. It doesn't bother me. Now, what is this? Oh, there used to be a roll version. Maybe I could. I'm a bit concerned about a roll. So let's not do it for now. Now this becomes set. Get up. Oh, it's getting smaller and smaller. I love that feeling. Get rid of old comments. Oh. What? Did Unity just crash without me doing anything? I wasn't even, I didn't even click on the editor. I'm sitting here in VS Code, minding my own business, and Unity crashed. Did it just do it again? Oh. All right, well, I'll just keep coding without Unity then, won't I? How about I just do it? I'll just stay minding my own business. I'll finish my business over here. Okay. Hey, thanks for the follows. Let me try it again though, just because I do want to run the engine. Whoa, okay. I don't know what's happening now. It won't open? What is that? That has never happened to me before. Why has anyone had that happen to them? Does anyone know what to do? Restart computer, I guess. Delete the library. Yeah, I know. Well, I might as well just keep toying away at this. Toiling away. And I will delete the library. I'm literally just gonna delete it. All 6 gigabytes of it. And then it doesn't work. Okay, it got further along. Let's just keep going. Let's see how fast we can open it. So, yeah, this would be the start of Ledge GetUp, but with Stumble properties. So now let's have a look at the difference between these two. Setup wall jump, yes. Ledge sound, yes. Ledge GetUp sound, yes. Position. Okay, so we need an offset here. And then up here, we set that offset. In this case, it's this. And then we do that, and then we do that, except the other one was 16. So this should be speed. Public float FPS 14. Oops. Much better. Game dev. Well, that was really quick. Now, hang on a second. What's this setup wall jump? I don't like that, but all right. This is an offset as well. This would be called the same thing, start offset. Okay. All right. Should grab ledge. That's fine. That's to enter the grab check. No problem. Ban lifted. All right, whatever. Face ledge. That's fine. Determine ledge direction. That's fine. Is on stumble. Is on grab. Yeah, it would be nice if the stumble and the grab had these, but it's actually, these are for Armin, so that's okay. Is touching outer ledge face. I mean, I'm not going to get into this stuff. Get ledge facing direction. There's no references to this. So I don't think we need it. I'm just going to comment it out though for now. Maybe we'll need it later, or maybe we needed it at some point. Okay. Let's drop. That's fine. The thing is, like this ledge drop thing, this is technically something that should be a part of the... Whoa. What's this? Ledge stumble. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Ledge drop is technically the exit condition when we are on ledge grab. So here, it's only one reference. Let's just kill this. And look at this. This is fixed do. Now, why do we need ledge drop? Why do we need this? We're checking if it's false. We're doing something, setting true. We're checking this. Oh, I see. Uh-huh. Okay. This is like a separate little check to stop us from re-clinging onto the ledge. Okay. Sure. Yeah, this is totally fine. I don't have to delete any of that. That's good. Then actually, I will put this in its own function. That's fine. You deserve to be here. Everything else I think is actually kind of fine. Fixed do. Yeah, this technically, this could live. All of this could live inside the grab check. But I think I might just use grab as like a dummy state instead, just to do state machine stuff. Okay, Unity's still building. Just to stop me having so many booleans. So let's come back to do and see what we can do here. If state is complete, then finish. I mean, all right. There might be reasons not to do that, but that's okay. If we are doing grab, then check to see if we should try doing get up. Otherwise, this is pretty straightforward. I mean, if we can move and we are not pressing nothing, if we can move, That doesn't make any sense. If we can move and our input direction is not nothing, then just say move off ledge. I mean, what if we want to press forward? I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't like that. If we can move and we've buffered jump, then do that. But we've already got all of these checks right here. So I'm gonna take this to, I don't think it's right to do separate checks for the same thing. Oh, look at how simple this became. This is really the logic. I understand why I did this, and I'm not going to change it. All right. Pressing towards ledge. Yep. 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 Sure. Whatever. They just don't have do. Hey, Yarn. How's it going? I've got something, a scratch in my throat. I hope I scratched it and not that I'm getting sick. Did I miss that event? Whoops. Hope I didn't. I don't know when it's on. There's a Twitch partner event that I said I was going to go to. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's on the 28th. Okay, well, I didn't miss it. All right. So, I mean, yeah, I'm handling all the state management here. I guess I could put in getup public override void do. You know, I mean, or a better way to put this would be like if we finish playing the animation, but that's fine. And then this just doesn't have an exit condition. I mean, we can do the get up. Hey, I'm working on being able to ledge grab moving platforms. So like we've got bookcases that can extend and like move around the arena, and I want to be able to grab them and have them like pull us up. Hey, 3D extended. So right now, I mean, everything's pretty good. The only thing I would do is put the escape conditions for ledge grab inside of the do, but those currently live inside of the fixed do of ledge control, which is the parent state. So like dropping away, like everything inside of this basically. This could just be state.do if I put all this code in the bottom state. The only thing is there's so much, well, it's actually, you know what? I might be able to just dump it in. So this is who we are. We don't have to do that. And this is control.a. The problem is we don't have, like I said before, I don't have multiple exit conditions. Night shifting. Alehaina. Good luck with your work. I don't have multiple exit conditions. I can make them. You know, I can make an enum, public enum exit condition, or like exit, I don't know what you call it. Exit. Let's call it exit condition. I don't have a better way to call it that. So it's like drop, get up, jump, away, I think are the only options. Yeah. And then public exit condition. So I could just say looking pretty fancy. Encapsulation, because I'm a good boy. I'm now anxious about it. Not anxious. It's in the front of my mind. I could do a switch case here. Oh, good luck, Mario. Mario? Good luck, Matt Dario. Matt the Riot Maker. I got you. You make the riots. I'm like, up. We got there in the end, though. This consider getup is no longer even... I don't even need to do this anymore. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's no way. It's already doing it here, right? Look at this. Pressing towards ledge. Why do I need to be pressing a direction if I'm pressing towards ledge? It just doesn't make any sense, does it? That doesn't make logical sense. So... we're just going to cut that line of code straight out of there. If this works, astounded. I will be stunned. I don't think it will work. Throwing it out there. I would be very surprised. It doesn't have any reason to work. other than it was my best guess. But, you know, we're going to give it a red hot go. Okay. Ooh, so close. We never set them. I don't think we ever... Oh, no, we did instantiate them. Hang on a second. What's wrong with this? Let's actually have a look. Ledge control.do. Do I not set a state on entry? Yeah. And do I not set these up? Yeah. I think I need to set, I think I need to say, no, actually, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that, do I? Let's try again. What's at the very, very top? Null reference exception. So, what do we try to do? Retro animator, duration in frames. Oh, do you know why? Because we didn't actually we didn't plug any animations in to the new thing. So like when we go to ledge, movement behaviors, input control, ground behaviors, wall hang behaviors, ledge control, get up, stumble. That looks pretty good, actually. Wait, platform hang control? Oh, that's grabbing that's the other thing. Oh, that's probably got to get an update too. Let's not put any thought into it though. I don't think I have a second animation here in the transit. Yeah. I deliberately did that too. Silly me. It's this. I don't have an S idle here. I never actually set it up. It's just there. Let's comment this for now. I don't know if if that's the culprit. I think it might be. I didn't check to see if it was transition. Which is the issue, but typically it won't that won't usually do anything. It did break on entry though, so no. No, it is a problem. Okay. So there's something to do with playing cling. This is on entry of our ledge grab. So ledge grab equals new. Oh, I never set the animations. S dot cling equals. I think it's grab. I never said. This is why constructors are a good thing. This is ledge get up. Mandatory constructor parameters are a good thing. Who knew? Fixed do, man. Fixed do is next level. And I'm a genius for inventing it. Oh, so close. We got the ledge. We got the grab. He got real close. Why did that break? State.do. Nothing set to instance of object. State is null. State. Wait, how can a null check be null? Like, how can that be a problem? It's like, whoa. This thing you're checking that's null, it's null. Like, yeah? So what? If state is not null, state.do. Oh, because there is no do. Is that right? I didn't set one up for these. They're not null, they just haven't implemented it. Yeah. Hang on. That's there. But this one, hang on. Get up has a do, but ledge grab does not have a do. I think that might be the issue. Well, if they've got an override. Wait, and not and? Is that, wait, what? What? That's not a thing, is it? Did I make that mistake? Where is your and not and? What? What? Wow. Okay. Well, we definitely need to... Oh, shit. Thanks for catching that. Thank you. Thank you, Elzak. Elzak with another hit. So we're trying to extend it, which requires a refactor. Oh, still no good though. But different reasons. Character.face position. Yes. Set core doesn't set character. I don't think this can be set. Oh, it should be. Hang on a second. When I set state machine, when we transition into the state, if the core is null and the state is a state and its core is null, if I have a core and the state does not have one, set its core to me. That's fine. So then what's actually broken here? Because it's saying character.face position is ledge null. I might not have given it a ledge. In fact, I know I didn't. Maybe. It's the ledge. It's not the character. I'm just looking at the inevitable here. Yeah, okay. Okay. So this needs to be passed in when we set it. Or a better way would be to actually not use it. A better thing would be to use the parent object's ledge component. Oh, but what if it... Does that ever get made null? Ooh, that's spicy. So this should be like... Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe I just don't need to define it anywhere else. This can just go. And then also this can just go. Cool. Okay. Sure. They're like, oh, you can pinch to zoom on mobile. Whoa, 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 we're almost there. Hang on. Did we do it? Hang on a second, hang on. That works. That works. Holy shit, I made this class way, way smaller. Oh, up doesn't work, but forward does also not work. Okay. Forward doesn't work. Down works, which is bad. Let's try that again. Just to make sure I know what I'm doing. So, jump works, great. That's stumble, I think, which is actually technically correct. That's good. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. But that is, ooh, super not correct. Okay, we can fix this. Do I use bolt? Nope. Okay, so drop. Whoops. That's what we want to do. And then this is interesting. Press toward ledge down. I think it's this that's interesting. I don't know why this doesn't work without this. Is control dot is pressing towards ledge. So ledge is not null. Is ledge is that there's a position. If we have a ledge, then pressing left is that we're doing that. So either pressing towards. Okay. If input direction is great on y direction is greater than 0, then true. That seems like it should work. I mean, why not? Oh, pardon me. And I know this is from my little escapades. I know this works that way. So maybe I just didn't quite get that right. Try again. Nope. That's good. That now works. So we can get up, we can jump away, we can drop down. Perfect. We just can't tap to get off, which we used to be able to do. I don't know why this is insufficient. Is it because this is fixed do? And this is being called on do of the parent. So the fixed do will not be running at the same schedule. I mean, we can do it here, right? We don't need to do it. It's not. Yeah. Wow, man. I built that so well. That was so quick compared to what it normally takes. Like the amount of code I just saved. I don't love this though. This is what I don't love. Because I feel like you should never be able to step up if you miss the ledge cling. If you miss the stumble, you shouldn't be able to get up. Sorry, it's a very specific thing I'm trying to test right now. I'm not doing a very good job of it. Well, I just refactored it. I just rebuilt it from scratch. Yeah, that sucks. I don't like that. At least I think I don't like it. I think I want to force the player to have to cling to it. So there's a difference between stumble and get up there. Yeah, it's... Oh, I see. Uh-huh. So I need to know which... No, it's going to grab and then it's going to go from grab into stumble. Set. Get up. Okay. No, there's only one way to get out. So you have to... I think I know what it is. I need to check that at some point you were never pressing forward to know that you haven't been pressing it the whole time. I think I saw that earlier and I was confused about why. Yeah, I know what it is. Let's get rid of some of these things that we're not using anymore. Okay, so there is bull was ever not pressing towards ledge. Okay. Cool. And then there we go. I haven't drawn a new one yet. That's coming up soon. Yeah, buddy. Nice. Yes. Perfect. It's exactly how I like it. So if you stumble, if you just hit your knee on the ledge, you'll just get up. if you drop all the way down, you can't just be holding forward. So it's kind of like, let me show you this. If I try to make it across here and I just make it, even if I'm holding forward, you won't get it. You have to press it a second time. It's not enough to just be holding it forward. I'm holding forward now, he's not getting up. I have to let go and press it again to commit an action, because I want to be able to jump off the ledge like this and do that. And if I'm holding forward to cling to here, just to confirm that I am moving to the right so that I can get the best chance I can to cling onto it, and I'm not doing the thing that I'm doing right now, it's going to auto lift me up every time. I'm never going to be able to intentionally get to the ledge. Okay, now we can start doing the offsets. An hour later, and we still haven't even started. We've just refactored this to get back to where we were. That's all we really did. We didn't actually do anything yet. Okay. Completely refactors ledge, grab, and get up function to prepare for moving ledges. Cool. Yeah, it's like a Smash Brothers thing. It's very similar. Isn't it usually just up to climb up? No, I've got like 7 different ways you can climb up. If you press jump, he climbs up. If you press forward, he climbs up. If you press up, he climbs up. If you press roll, he climbs up. If you press away and jump, he jumps away. If you press down, he drops down. The thing is, I've got some work to do. Not work to do. I've got a meeting, like, right now, basically. So if I start this, I might not be able to get away. I might be forced to get away mid problem solve, which is not good. So what I would like to do is get rid of all this code, the comments. That'll save me from just having to look at it. Gosh, crazy how much code I just erased. If I really wanted, I could separate these states into their own classes, and the ledge grab class would just be tiny by comparison. Why don't I do that? There should be a move to, yeah. Yay. Only 285 lines. A lot better than it was. These ones are only 100 each. Makes me happy.
Cool.
Yeah, it's the ledge grab thing is one of those areas where like you've got all these buttons and you've only got like 3 things the character can do. So like there's no reason until I've got like a ledge attack or something like that, there's no reason why the player's first instinct, as long as it's not literally the opposite input for what I would expect them to want to do, then I might as well just let them do it. You know, there could be like 7 different inputs. It doesn't matter because they're going to try one of them and it's not wrong. Better that it do something than nothing. So let's listen to some music while we're here. Like I'm waiting for someone to say, hey, it's time to start our meeting. So in the meantime, I'm just going to show you some stuff that I'm working on. Well, that the team's working on. Want to hear some music? Oh, it's a nighttime scene. Well, it's not even going to play here then, is it? Okay, hang on. I gotta change the time. I've done so much work on the text system. I'm so happy with it right now. It doesn't jitter at all. It's like perfect. I can set all these really awesome presets and stuff. I can make it appear in the bottom or the top left or the top right, or I can just have it sit above the player character's head. Listen to this. We've got new quest start stings. Ready? Oh, the chicken. The chicken. The inspo for this game: Zelda, Final Fantasy Tactics, Kingdom Hearts. Oh, Tombi as well. It's not on Steam to wishlist yet. You gotta wait another week or two. You just gotta wait. Do you want to wishlist it? It is original music, yeah. We have a composer. Maybe I should just do it, huh? Nah, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Just wait. Just wait a little longer. There'll be a trailer. It'll be great. But not before then. He's actually not going to be in this scene, this guy, until later. So it's not that you're walking behind him, it's that he shouldn't be here. He should only be here if you have fed the dog. So otherwise you should be able to just talk to this girl in peace. Don't even joke about things like that. Okay, good. Yeah, it still works. I'll tell you what, this game right now, very playable. Now, this, we're not supposed to have a sword yet. Oh, we triggered the cutscene. I'm just going to do a bit of like mucking around until that meeting shows up. So I want to try this with no progress. I wonder if this should have music, this scene. Are these moving? They don't look like they're moving, but they should be. Or they're moving so subtly. They are. Let me make them move a bit more. The music is so good in this scene. Morgan did such a good job. I'm going to do that. I'm going to have him look back. I'm going to have a cutscene where Armin looks back. Because I was like thinking in the previous scenes, you just have to leave forward. Here you have to leave back, and it's such a long walk back. Also, what happened here? This used to be the character. Why? How did he somehow become a generic red man? Oops. When he was actually set up correctly before. Okay. Return NPC Hugo. NPC Hugo idle state. Hugo idle empty. I mean, that'll probably do it. I think we need fireflies in this scene. That's better. But where is his... Why is his dialogue portrait just like off in no man's land? Okay. Dialogue. Anchors. Dialogue pin is on Armin. Okay. Maybe I'll just go... here. And I'll just put it... on the character at 0 and then like 16, I don't know, a little higher than that maybe. Like if I just let me turn him on so I can see. Yeah, a little higher than that, like 32 pixels. Maybe even 48. Maybe 42. I don't know. Cool. And then here, let's go. Let's go test progress, but we need to make it so that I think this will do it actually. Yeah, there we go. No, but it's no good. What is it doing? It's right there. Why is the dialogue? What does it think it's doing? Let me have a look. Its target is this dialogue pin under Armin. What? That doesn't make any sense. That's complete nonsense. I don't even understand that. That is weird. Actor.getComponent. Unless somehow the text was changed and it thinks that it's trying to make it a conversation where somehow this, not this one, this is fine. Underground 2 sequence. return. Yeah, like unless these are like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all in sequence. That's fine. 13, 14, 15. How is it that we get the wrong? I don't know. So right now, it's targeting who? No, nobody. It should be targeting Hugo. And then it targets Armin. And then it targets no one. Oh. Thank you, Frog Noises. So it basically can't find Hugo's dialogue flag, his dialogue pin. And therefore it just doesn't know what to do. That fixed it there. Because I made it not hidden in the scene. Which is not my preference for this. I would want it to be very different. And maybe we need a camera here. Might be nice. There is a camera. It's this one. And the camera is there, but it places him. Oh, I see. Because I'm trying not to show the edge of the level. I mean, we could go into 0.9. Frame it like this. Maybe. That's kind of tight. We'll see. Let's have a look. No? Can't play it now? Okay, well, I guess not. Let's try again. Nope. What? Wait, also, he shouldn't be in the scene visually anyway. What did I do? I saved the scene with them on, but they should both be off. But anyway, the sequence player, how does this work actually? There's a box collider 2D that asks to check to see if we've seen the old man. Okay, that doesn't seem too unreasonable. So that's true. And that's false. So what's the issue here? Why did it work and then just suddenly not work? Where's the trigger?
Where's the trigger? Where's the trigger?
Return. Here's the box collider here.
Where's Dent?
I actually have a solution for this, but it should still try. This has a quest toggle for meet old man where it requires that. It checks it on load. That sucks. That's doo-doo. Still nothing, huh? going on here? What is happening? That's no big deal. I don't know what that is. That's no big deal. I noticed you have scene graph. It looks quite interesting and useful to me. Is it a built-in Unity feature? Nope. Neither of those. It's a custom editor that I built with one of our chatters here on Twitch. It's almost like when I inspect the director, they're just on the whole time. If I click away from that, they should be off. Okay, maybe, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Oh, okay, there we go. Weird. I think I like it this close. I think it's not bad actually. So let's come in from the previous scene. With test flag set to true, test progress. And I'm just gonna get out of here. There we go. Yeah, I think I like it. I gotta figure out a better way to handle that though. The quest end. Like when you do the quest, what happens? When you do a scene change with a quest change. Where is... Hey. That I've got to fix too. That bothers the bejesus out of me. I think I know what it might be though. It might be that the timeline... Discover Crucible sequence. Oh, where are we? I'm like, what scene am I in? When we are here and we're at the house, I think no. It's this fade out, fade in, and it's to do with waiting for timeline to end with the far camera trigger on collision. I think. I don't know. I don't know what to do. It looks right. It looks right. Like, look at that. That was perfect. So when we were inspecting the timeline, it behaves exactly as I'd want it to. And when we're not inspecting it, it doesn't behave the way that I would want it to. Oh, and okay, sometimes it just does behave the way that I want it to. That's weird. Like even that, man. All right. Well, that's all going quite well. I don't know what these are. It really bothers me. Retrobox serializable dictionary. Hang on a second. This is a Retrobox issue, but what could we possibly be doing? One sec, pals. Getting a phone call. Yo, we're back. I actually have to go now. It wasn't a meeting, but yeah, it's all good. Let me just wrap this up. Yes, okay. So I still gotta solve some of this stuff. I have to figure out what it is that makes this trigger. What's going wrong? Anytime I'm mucking around in the game, sometimes stuff just doesn't go the way I want it to. Yes. I can't stand jitter. The second something like doesn't quite behave in the game, it like takes me completely out of playing a video game and puts me back in Unity. It sucks. I hate it. Just that feeling of like that. What was that? What was that just now that made this happen? On after deserialize. What is it deserializing as part of serializable dictionary? But it's coming from retrobox.serialize. Oh, well, that's my serializable dictionary, but like, I wish it gave me a better stack trace. System collections generic insertion behavior. We're adding something to a dictionary. Oh, got no idea what gets added to a dictionary on scene load. And I think it must be on every scene load, I'm imagining. Yeah. No, just one. No, twice. Okay. But only in this scene. Is it like maybe trying to load a Retrobox character that doesn't have a sheet, doesn't have any properties on their animation sheet? I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Okay. Well, pals, this was fun. I gotta run. I gotta. I think we're like at the point now where the game has like enough content to really be a game. Like the demo feels like chapter 1 of a real game that you would spend, 8, 10, 12, 15 hours on. Before it was like maybe 5. Now it's like, oh, this is going to take a while to do it all. I might have to do a playthrough soon. Definitely enough game for a wish list. Keep on begging. Join the Discord. There will be a notification. You will know that Insignia is ready for wish listing. I will make sure you're on the Discord and you've got notifications turned on. If you don't have it, you won't know, because I'm making these decisions as we go. Some weeks I think it's time this week, and some weeks I'll get some advice from somebody and they're like, no, not yet. I'm like, okay, not yet. I did join. You baited us early with the broken link. Well, there you go. Now you've definitely got it. All right, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. If you like my content, you can become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. For those of you who are joining us on Twitch, you can become YouTube followers too. If you click that button. And that's it. I'll see you all later. Monday. All right. I'll be working tons over the weekend. Maybe on a new video. I think I should do one of those soon. So that's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.